Hello, happy Friday or Saturday. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Have I covered all bases? I think so. Welcome to the sprints for the Amazing Readathon. At present, we are in Santorini. I've literally just gotten there. About maybe 10 15 minutes ago, I finished up my Santorini travel book, which was The Thursday Murder Club by Richard Osman, who is a British TV presenter. He presents a lot of like quiz shows and game shows, and I was a little worried the first time that I read this. I just realized I picked all over my mouth. I was a little worried the first time that I read this because I thought it would just be like a celebrity book where they're just like, oh, this was clearly ghostwritten. They've only just written their name on it, but it's so good. If you haven't read it, if you like a thriller, if you like a mystery, if you like a crime, I definitely recommend it, even if you haven't heard of Richard Osman, because I think you might go into it a little bit with a clearer mind than I did, if that makes sense. So I've just gotten to Santorini, but where are you? Where are you on your journey? Are you in Santorini? Are you on your way to Santorini? How are you getting there? What are you using to get there? Also, tell me, how are you doing for GRC? Tell me how much money you have got still left in the bank. Are you doing okay? Or do you need to start banking up on a couple of host favorites in the next couple of runs? I'll fill you in on what I'm reading, but I'd also love to know what you guys are reading. So I am about 26% into the fake boyfriend fiasco. We had an entire journey to get to the title, but we're here. The Fake Boyfriend Fiasco by Talia Hibbert. One of her books is on the host favorites, but unfortunately this one isn't because it is a completely different series. But that does not mean I'm having a great time. That does not mean I'm not having a good time. I'm having a really good time with this one. It is incredibly spicy, much more spicy than I thought that it would be. Already 20-something% in, having a great time. But it's a quite short book, so I might finish it by the time we get to maybe the first or second sprint. And when I get there, I'm going to go to Rich People Problems, the third of the Crazy Rich Asian series. That one is a chunky book, so technically I should have used it for my travel book, but I just knew I was never going to finish it by the time that a new prompt dropped. I just knew with my readings, like my reading pace, even having upped it with this readathon, I knew it wasn't going to happen. So let's see what everyone in the comments is doing. Hello, hi, hello. I didn't realize Richard Osman was a celebrity, but I am an American. Yes, that is fair. I mean, there's a lot of American game show hosts that I wouldn't have known were celebrities, so I completely get it. But yes, he produced the original Deal or No Deal over in the UK, which then went to the US, I think. He was one of the brains behind it. He was an executive producer behind it. So we have him to thank for that, basically. But then he presented a whole other game show called Pointless, which me and my brother watch sometimes. Even though we live in different countries, we'll watch it at the same time and play it together, which is incredibly fun. We haven't done it in a while, actually. Hello, hi. Hey, I'm about to finish my travel book for Greece. Nice. We'll get you there today. 2 parts sugar, 1 part murder by Valerie Burns, almost 90%. Oh, we will definitely get you there after this sprint. What are you thinking of doing next? Where are you going after this? Hello, making lunch in this first sprint. Nice. What are you making? Hello, hi, hello. Hello, I just started the night swim at 6%. That's a host favorite as well, I believe. So that will definitely bump you up a little bit. I am in Santorini and I will be sightseeing with Jazz by Toni Morrison. My GRC is still decent. Nice. Definitely not telling how much GRC I have left. That is fair. That was a good idea. I'm still on my flight there. This is a long flight. I'm reading Dead 11. Yes. Sometimes those flights from Rome to Santorini can take a long time. Sometimes you've got like turbulence or delays. It all happens. It happens. Love your nails. Thank you. It felt appropriate to go yellow for August. It felt very of the moment. As one of the captains for Team Yellow, it just felt like I should have done it. Hello, it's 9 a.m. in the Yukon, and I'm not feeling well. I'm so sorry to hear. But hoping some tea and a good book will help. Yes, tea and a book is always a great doctor. Hi, I'm reading The Second Chance Holiday Club by Kate Gallery, set partly on the Isle of Wight, which is where I live. That's amazing. I love reading books that are set where I live, where I grew up, where I've lived for college or for my master's or where I live now. I love reading a book like that. I am an American. I love Pointless. Genuinely great trivia show. The best concept. If you've never heard of Pointless, which is fair enough, if you've never heard of it, you have a team of 2 and you get these questions like name a top goal. Oh, I disappeared. I'm back. Name a top goal scorer for the England national team, for example. And then you have to try and guess somebody that nobody said, which is a lot harder than you think it might be. But the fewer points that you get, the better you do. Completely the opposite to this readathon. But for that one, the fewer you get, the better you do. I was going to say at the start of these sprints that I hope that my internet will last, unlike Monday. And I think we have had our first hiccup already. I know of Richard Osman from Taskmaster. Yes, Taskmaster is my other hyperfixation apart from reading. We're not going to start talking about Taskmaster because we'll be here for the entire 4 hours that I plan to be here. But I've read all of the 30 Murder Club books. They're so good. Well, I've loved the first one. I've got the second one on my autumn TBR for this year because I haven't read any of 2, 3, or 4 yet. But my whole family has read 2 and 3, and 4 is coming out in September. So I really want to be ready for that. I have a couple of hours left of A Lot Like Adios by Alexis Daria. Really enjoying it. I think it's going to be 4.5 or 5 stars. Love that. Making mac and cheese, nice. Smash that like button indeed. And also stay hydrated. Also very important. I think I'll pick up my middle grade, The Dreamweaver. It's set on the Jersey Shore about a girl trying to save her family's bowling alley. That sounds really interesting. I kind of struggled with this prompt, actually. I know that Brie said that this one was a little bit kind of difficult as well. She had completely forgotten about how difficult this one was when she told us that the 3 on the cover or more was a difficult one. And I will admit that I did kind of struggle with this one until I remembered this morning that the fictional town in the Thursday Murder Club is in Kent, which is on the English coast. And also the third Crazy Rich Asian books is in Singapore, and Singapore is an island city-state, so it's basically all coastline. Hello, reading Tower of Dawn. Nice. I gave the first one 5 stars, and then the second, I think 3 stars, and the third 2 stars are going down for me. Oh no. Hopefully by the time we get to the 4th one, it'll go back up. Sometimes I feel like a series goes on a U-curve for me, so hopefully this is just your tiny little U-curve, and we're going right back up to a 4 or a 5 with the 4th one. Oh my god, I love talking about Taskmaster. Same. Hardest, same. I'm not gonna start hyperfixating because we will genuinely be here all day, but hard same. Season 4 of the New Zealand edition has just started and it's so good. It genuinely is. And they're also releasing it in a really weird Monday and Tuesday setup this time rather than every Thursday for 10 weeks, which is going to take a little time to get used to because it just means there's less Taskmaster to be watched. But I understand why. I get why they're doing it. So we're going to stop talking about Taskmaster because if I don't, we're not going to get any reading done because I'll just be telling you what Taskmaster is. Shall we pick up a book? Shall we get started with some reading? I thought we will start with an hour. Give us a good chunk to get as much reading done as possible, to get as close to Santorini as we can, or whatever city it is that you are traveling to. Get some books finished. That is the plan for today. So me and Crystal are going to plan ahead and we're going to get you through as many books as we can. So let us start with this beautiful timer. Let's set an hour on it and happy reading. See you then.
Now boarding flight AMZ 404 to Santorini.
Welcome back. How did everyone do in that sprint? Are you in Santorini? Have you gotten a little bit closer? What have you been doing in this last sprint? Even if you weren't reading, do let us know. I have gotten to 46% of the fake boyfriend fiasco. So I think I should be finished with it by the end of these sprints. We're going to do another like 2 or 3. So I will definitely be finished with it, I think, by definitely the end of these. And then it's on to the chunkiest book that I'm probably going to read in this readathon, which is Rich People Problems, the last one of the Crazy Rich Asians series. So do let us know what you've done here. I'm just here dealing with major leg cramp. I hate leg cramps. They're the worst ones to get. I'll be reading Night Swim as well. I'm just hopping on that bandwagon. Yes, I know so many people who are reading Night Swim for this because it fits so perfectly. Made it to Greece. That is fantastic. And I know that you said you were thinking of going for a middle grade after this one. Did you already pick out which one you want to do? Hi everyone. Sightseeing with Fantastic Land, a horror set in Florida after an earthquake hit or a hurricane hit. It's kind of brutal. That does sound rather brutal. But are you enjoying it? Hi, hope everyone is well. Joined at the start but couldn't chat. Reading SCOF. I never know how to say those abbreviations. I know ACOTAR, but then the rest of them I'm just like, how do I say this? And working on a blanket today. Nice. What is the blanket for? Read a couple of chapters and made lunch. Nice. Did you enjoy lunch? I made it to Santorini last night and sightseeing today. Excellent. What are you sightseeing with? Ate lunch, watched more Star Wars Rebels. Still working for a few hours, so it won't get to read until later. Yes, that is the struggle of having to go to work. I've noticed that as well. It's really put a damper into August. Read 42 pages on my way to Santorini. Fantastic. No reading yet, but I made red pepper hummus and ranchada for a party later. That does sound really good. I think any kind of hummus is my jam. I am at 91% of my audiobook. That's fantastic. Are you enjoying it? And do you know where you're going to go after this one? Made it to 14% of Night Swim. That is really great work. Yes, going to pick up the middle grade one next. Fantastic. I think I'm struggling a little bit with this prompt. Oh, that is also what I was just thinking. Do we have any idea what ANZ 404 could mean? I have absolutely no idea. I have no theories this time. And also Brittany's not here. So I feel like me and my detective buddy can't even talk about it together because Brittany's not here. So I have nobody to bounce my ideas off. Do you guys have any suggestions as to what you think the 404 could mean? I mean, I hope it's not plain not found. I hope it's not going to be like a lost situation where we get lost on the way to wherever our next city is. I really hope that that's not what we're looking for here. Also, I can feel a sneeze like right here. You know when you can feel it right here. So if that does happen, I already apologize. Does anybody else feel a little bit burnout from this leg? I don't know if it's because I've already read so much in August that my little brain is just like, we can't process any more words, dude. We can't do this anymore. Because I've already DNF'd a travel book. I've already DNF'd a book that I was using to get to Santorini. So luckily, I am here with this one and we're doing really well. I'm already in Santorini. This is a sightseeing book. My travel book this time, we did a little bit better this time. So hopefully I will stay on this little trajectory that I'm going on. But if you are struggling, don't worry. You are not the only one. A number that's usually an error code does not sound great. No, it sure does not. It's a commission blanket, little granny squares into a twin. A Court of Silver Flames is the book. Yes, thank you. I thought 404 means error, so we may be looking at a roadblock. That is a very interesting thought. And I don't know what kind of a roadblock it would be or what a roadblock would be. I was feeling burnt out from Face Off into Rome since that had me reading a lot of books that I ended up not liking. Yes, no, I definitely feel that. I feel like for Face Off Weekend, I wasn't doing anything except for reading. I was just getting a new book and getting a new country and getting a new flag and finding new colors on cover. And I definitely needed a couple of days to come back to enjoying reading a little bit more. Changing up the format has helped. Like, this is the first ebook that I am reading across the entire month. Changing up the format has definitely helped. Listening to like a podcast or watching back over YouTube videos that I've missed out, that's also definitely been helping me to get back into the swing of it. Santorini has made me feel refreshed. Yes, I think it's the ocean. I think it's the water. The water in Santorini is super blue, super pretty. I think it's that. I definitely felt a burnout, and happened in the Rome leg because I read 3 books. So this is a reminder to myself to take it easy, but I am so competitive. I definitely feel that. I didn't know I was so competitive until I started doing Face Off, until I started doing the Amazing Readathon overall, until you get things like the team that has the highest participation rate for this detour will get 2,000 extra points, or until you get things like, oh, this is the extra little bonus that you'll get for winning Face Off. Until I started seeing things like that, like actual real life tangible results, I did not know I was such a competitive girly. I am 60% into my book for travel. I've been a little bit burnt out, but I don't think it's from reading. It's from other life stuff. Yes, that's also true. Do you guys also feel like August can be such a busy month? Like, there's always something going on. You always have to be somewhere or do something or plan for something. And I feel as well like in my day job, August is the time that a lot of people will start to take their holidays. So there's fewer people working, there's fewer people coming to the office, which means you have just naturally got a little bit more to do for yourself. And that can also take it out of you. Burnout is so real, but sprints help to push through. Yes, they do. Do you guys also feel like you can barely read without sprints anymore? Because I feel like if I don't have something like this that's going to hold me accountable, and that I know I have to tell you at the end of this 45 minutes or at the end of this hour, I read X pages, I'm not going to read. Stupid life stuff getting in the way of my reading. Absolutely. Like, these whole going to work and caring for kids and all that stuff needs to be put to the side for August. Just for this month. The rest of it's fine. I definitely feel burnt out. I think I'm still feeling the aftermath of Face Off Weekend. I definitely don't think that you are the only one. I think Face Off Weekend really took it out of everybody, maybe in an unexpected way. I feel like we weren't thinking that Face Off Weekend would be as intense as it was, would have as many books that need to be read, would have like this kind of energetic fun to it, but also a little bit draining at the same time. Oh yeah, I had to stop myself from reading that much during Face Off. I focused on sightseeing instead to slow down. That's such a good idea. I did also do that towards the end of Face Off Weekend. I think by the time I got to like 10 or 11 books, I just said, okay, that's probably enough. I'm not going to get another book finished by the time that the spinner comes back around. And I did have a sightseeing book from, were we in Sao Paulo still, or were we in London at the time? I just wanted to move on naturally to the next city, and I wanted to get one last sightseeing book in, get another couple of points for yellow team over the line, and I did it. But I did feel the burnout. I definitely felt like I'm not staying in one story for long enough. I keep moving characters and moving settings and new faces and new things to learn. I think it just burnt me out a little bit too much. I changed formats. I usually read physically or an ebook, but I'm doing an audiobook at the moment to help me get back into things. That's such a good idea. And I love audiobooks because it's like somebody telling you a story. And I grew up with parents who would come and tell me stories before bed every single night. So that is a kind of a comfort for me in a way. So it's really nice to just have somebody tell you a story while you're making dinner or while you're just sitting crocheting. I know a lot of people crochet while they're reading, or doing like a diamond puzzle or a jigsaw or painting or Sudoku or literally anything that you need your hands to do while you're reading. Having an audiobook there, having the option for an audiobook is phenomenal. I am overwhelmed with other life stuff, so I'm escaping. Yes, that's something else that I love about reading, that it's such an escape from everyday life. And I especially found that during the pandemic, when everything was going to shit outside, and then you find books where they've never even heard of the word pandemic. They don't even know what a coronavirus is. So you're going into this world where everything is fine, and you're kind of reminding yourself of what it was like beforehand. Okay, there is a little bit of the PTSD in that. But it was so nice to just have this little escapism where nobody's thinking about that for even just an hour a day. Yes, August is back to school here. Yes, here as well. So everyone's getting their last holidays in before students and teachers go back. Yes, they do that over here too. You see a lot of people who I work with that have kids will take maybe an extra 2 weeks off around now when the kids are starting to go back to school, just so that they're at home for the first couple of days. Which means everywhere is slow and lacking employees. Absolutely. Always happens. I'm not that competitive, so I read my book, and if I get a sightseeing book in, okay. If not, also okay. Yeah, that's such a great mindset to have going into this. It's just like, if I get a load of stuff read, I get a load of stuff read. If I get 2 books read, I get 2 books read. I love that idea of pacing yourself to your own needs and to your own capabilities, especially for, I know there's people on this readathon who work really demanding jobs. They might be in healthcare, or they might be in social care, or they might be teachers, and their jobs don't always allow them to read like mine does. I work a very desk-based job, so mine will allow me to read an audiobook when I'm at work, but a lot of people don't have that option. So it's a great thing that you can read to your own capabilities, you can read to your own timeline, and you can still see your points banking up. What's great is that I can go back over all my Instagram stories and see how many points I'm still managing to bank up. And I'll think, oh, I haven't read that much, or I didn't really do a whole lot of reading this week. And then I'll look back, and it turns out I actually did. I did pretty okay. I can't read that many books at once. I usually stick with one, maybe an audiobook, or we read aloud with the family. I can't keep them straight. Yes, I know somebody who has to do a completely different genre if they're doing an audiobook or a physical book, or we'll do like one of them is a fiction book and one of them is a non-fiction book, or one of them is like a fantasy and the other one is a romance or a thriller or something. They have to be so completely separable from each other that if they're reading something that's the same genre, or if they're reading both a fiction and a fiction, or a non-fiction and a non-fiction, they will just end up getting them confused. I would forget which one until the other is done, that I may have to start over with first. Exactly. And books, sometimes they can blend into each other, especially if you have 2 books that you know have got quite similar themes, quite similar storyline, quite similar characters, and you're trying to tell your friend, oh, I think you should read this book because you'd really enjoy it, and they ask you what it's about, and then you end up accidentally telling them what the other book was about. Love listening to thrillers on audio, usually my go-to. I feel like listening to a thriller on an audiobook is like listening to a true crime podcast, because it has all of the hallmarks of it. You're still getting a crime has been committed. Here are the notes that we know. Here's everything that you need to know to try and solve the puzzle. But you're still getting to the end of it. You're still trying to find out what happened, who did it, where did it happen, why did it happen. I feel like thrillers are a really good option for an audiobook. That's a really good idea. Different genres is a must, and that's usually with just 2 or 3 books. Yes. Any kind of a way that you don't blend the lines is good. I am very lucky that I work from home, but I don't always have the time to listen to an audiobook. So I listen to music or a podcast or read on my breaks. That's a good idea too. I don't listen to audiobooks on Mondays or Fridays because both of those are very meeting heavy days for me. We have like 2 or 3 catch up meetings on a Monday and on a Friday with my team. So I don't like to listen to an audiobook on those days because I feel like I'm going to get into this audiobook and something's going to really excite me up. And then I have to stop for 5 minutes because I have a meeting. Or, oh my God, it's like we're just about to find out who the killer is. We're just about to find out what's happened. And then it's 2 p.m. and I have my next meeting. It's always the way. So I figured out on Mondays and Fridays, I just listen to music or I listen to a podcast or I will watch a YouTube video or I'll watch back on sprints. I've started doing that a lot lately. Actually watch back on like sprints from Cal or from Rye or from Michelle or from Bree, who are all based in the US, but I'm based in Europe. So our time zones are completely out of whack sometimes. That they will start sprinting at 7 o'clock at night for them, which is working for them because their kids are asleep or they've come home from work or they've finished dinner. But for me, it's like 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, depending on time zones. So I miss out on all the fun. I miss out on all the chaos. I know that I missed out on a mid-sprint drop Wednesday going into Thursday morning for me. I know I missed out on a mid-sprint drop and I wanted to be there for the chaos, but I just could not stay awake. I've read too many romances this month, and I went to tell my partner about my favorite scene from Part of Your World and told him my favorite part of Delilah Green. Yeah, I can absolutely see that happening. And I kind of want to know what your favorite part was of Delilah Green. So please do tell me what that was. I just saw in a chat the other day someone was reading 19 at the time. And then it gets better. I just looked at my currently reading and I'm in the middle of 22 books. That is more than a book a day for the rest of this month. We have the 18th today. That is more than a book a month for the rest of, that's more than a book a day for the rest of this whole month. Brie did joke with us and said a whole lot of the early September content is going to be books I couldn't finish because of the Amazing Readathon vlogs. You're going to have like an hour and a half long vlog trying to get all of those finished. My goodness. Monday starts the new semester at the university I work at. So this last week of the readathon may see me slowing down. That's completely fine. Like I said, do it that fits your timetable, that fits your capabilities, that fits all of the responsibilities that you have. It's all good. Are you actually spending time on each book at the moment, Rune, or are you kind of looking at others? The whole Parent Trap inspired camping trip. Yes, that was a phenomenal part. I think my favorite part was a little bit before that. Was it the hen party, the bachelorette party? I think that was my favorite part, but I definitely see the merits. Some of those 22 books are books that I started last year on vacation and just didn't finish them. That's fair. We don't all get to update our Goodreads as quickly as we should. So it's not like I'm reading all of them at the same time, luckily, because I mean, that's just like, is it a gif of SpongeBob? And he's got like 7 arms going out with one like on the phone, one is reading a book, one is ironing, one is like flipping a burger or something like that. I feel like that's the chaotic energy of that gif. I feel like that's what you're giving me right now. Yes, I think we all do that as well, that we just put books into the little graveyard for a little while and we put them. I made a shelf on my Goodreads that said not for now. So it's not a straight up DNF. It is one that I am going to go back to, but timing just wasn't right. My mood wasn't right. It was too long for the time that I had at the time. I wasn't gripped by it. I had something else that I had to read, like for a video or to work on something else. So I've got this little kind of pedestal that I put them into, like a box or so. And I know that when I have the time, I can go through that little list on Goodreads and say, oh, okay, now I have time. I can go back to read this again. Let's clear out that shelf. I did start reading a book one day. I was listening to an audiobook. It took me a few minutes. I did start reading a book one day while I was listening to an audio. It took me a few minutes to realize. But was it the same book? Were you listening to the same book as an audiobook and then started reading the physical at the same time? Because I feel like that is also a very chaotic energy. I know that, and I actually didn't know what was happening in both. Okay, so it's a different book. But that, like, that's a phenomenal skill. I feel like I can't listen to it. Yeah, 2 different books. I feel like I can't listen to, say, a podcast if I am reading a book. If I'm reading a book with my eyeballs, I can't listen to like spoken word. It has to be like an ambient music room or just music, like I mean musical playlists on Spotify. I feel like I can't listen to a podcast because I'll just get dragged away from the story, or I'll start concentrating more on what's happening in my ears than what's happening in front of my eyeballs. There are some that I started for this readathon, but then the next prop jump, so I just set them down. Yes, that's exactly the same thing that I feel like a lot of us have been doing. I feel a lot of us have just like books strewn across bedroom floors or half-finished books on Kindle because Brie dropped some chaos and now it doesn't fit the chaos anymore. Setting or something a good means marks it as reading. Yes, absolutely, it does do that all the time. Normally I can't, but I can do 2 conversations at one time, so maybe that's what it was. Oh, I can't. If I'm having a conversation with one person on this platform, I can't have a second conversation with a second person on a second platform because I will tell this person something that I should have said to this person. And I have 2 very good friends who have the same name, and one of them is even saved differently on my phone. So it doesn't happen on my phone. Like, it doesn't happen when we're texting. But on Instagram, I think they have very similar names. So I will still get them mixed up. And I will tell this one, oh my God, you need to read this book. And they will say to me, I've already read this. Like, we read this together. Or, oh my God, you have already read this book. Tell me what you thought about it. I didn't read it. I have no idea what you're talking. I don't even know this book. So that's the kind of confusion that happens in my brain just with people. Can you imagine what would happen with two conversations? It would be utterly chaotic. I'm lucky that I don't remember plots very well, so I usually know what the books are about and I don't mix them up. Oh, I need you around for when I'm doing wrap-ups because I forget what is happening all the time. I have this, my little, yes, it is yellow. I have a reading journal that I keep track of every single book that I am reading in the year. I will write down like all of my feelings that you can barely see. I'll write down all of my feelings in it, and then when I'm filming wrap-ups that I've only started just to do, I will go back, I will read the notes, and I will still get confused. And I will still be like, oh my God, I don't know what these people were called. Why did I say I liked this thing when I barely remember what happened now? I have a shelf on my shelf just titled DNF or WF, which means I did not finish for whatever reason, but I will finish sometime. The readathon added to that list a lot, I can imagine. There are a couple of books here already that I am just looking over at my bookshelf, and the stack is pretty high, but it's just like there's random bookmarks dotted throughout these books, and there's just, I don't know if I'm going to get back to them anytime soon. I hope I do. I would love to do. Maybe they'll fit into even a further down the road prompt. Maybe they'll fit into another city that we're going to be going to. Who knows? The chaos of this readathon, I have no idea. It might end up being none of these books will ever fit into anything. And at the start of September, I already have like 25 books that I'm halfway through. So we have, as of now, come to the end of the comments. Shall we go for 45 minutes this time? Let's have a nice, easy, gentle 45-minute sprint. Get a little bit more read. Get a little bit further down the road to Santorini. I want to know by the time we come back, I want to know where you are in the world. And let's get reading. So let's get reading. Let's get to Santorini. Happy reading, guys.
AMZ 404 to Santorini.
Welcome back. How did everyone do? Are we closer to Santorini? Are we in Santorini? Did we get there in that sprint? I completely forgot how far in I got. 53%. I have 53% in, which means I didn't read a whole lot in that sprint because I did get a little bit distracted by TikTok. As I just said, can't read without sprints anymore, but when I do go on sprints and I know I'll be held accountable for having read, I still don't read. How did you do? Have you gotten to Santorini already? What did you read? Excuse me. What did you read in that sprint? I'm hoping some of the books that I'm currently reading will fit for another prompt because I'll be participating in Battle of the Readathon in September. I don't know Battle of the Readathon. If you're still here, would you mind running us through what Battle of the Readathon is? I have this middle grade, but I also have a YA book set in a seaside town in England. That counts, right? Absolutely. Seaside definitely counts by the coast. And I also, on my Kindle, I have a lot of like these cozy romances, more like women's fiction, contemporary fiction, that a lot of UK closed door romance writers will write. People like your Heidi Swains or your Portia McIntoshes or your Lindsay Kelks. They write a lot of books that are titled things like The Cute Little Cafe in Carlisle or The Little Devon Bakery. So I think definitely if those count, and a lot of the places there are made up, but they have like a seaside town feel, I think you're fine. I think you will definitely get that. Read 91 pages, so about 200 pages left until I get to Santorini. I think you'll get to Santorini today. If you plan on joining Crystal Sprints, they will start at 7 p.m. Eastern over on Crystal's channel. And when the last sprint comes, I will definitely put the link to her sprints in, even though you'll have a couple of hours. I think by the time that I finish up here, it'll be about 3 or 4 p.m. Eastern time. So you'll still have like a couple of hours to go get some food, get something to drink, have like a little nap if you need to have a little disco nap so that you're ready for the next couple of sprints. And she'll also be joined by a couple of more people because, like I said, with time zones and everything, there's people from the US. Quite a lot of the hosts are at work at the moment, so there isn't really a whole lot of people available to join me right now, but there will definitely be somebody else to keep you company then. I read 42 pages, so 90 pages left in my book. That, with the speed that you're working on now, if we do another 2 sprints, maybe we'll do another hour, maybe we'll do another 45. If you keep going at the speed that you're going at, I think you're definitely going to make it. Did you say already if that's a sightseeing book or if that's your travel book? I'm not so sure that I'm going to finish this in this sprint anymore because I know that I did say I thought that I would, but considering my performance in the last sprint that we just had, I think I need to call myself out. I need to sit myself down and say, hey, if we are doing these reading sprints, are you actually reading in the middle of them? Hi, just joining. I'm still in Brazil, but I'm hoping to finish Loveless this afternoon. Oh, I loved Loveless. I can't remember if it's one of the host favorites. I think it's somebody like Paige's host favorite. It's definitely over on the right-hand side of the column. I can't remember whose favorite it is, but I'm pretty sure I saw a cover with like 5 people grouped together on the list. That's the one where they have this like Shakespearean society in, is it Georgia is her name? They have like this Shakespearean society. My goodness. They have like this Shakespearean society that she joins when she has just come to university for the first time, and she makes loads of friends there, and it's so comforting. Like Annie Alice Osmond book is a great little comfort read, but that one particularly is. And we'll get you out of Brazil. Don't you worry. Oh, this is so sweet, Joshua. I just want to say that I love your channel. It's such comforting content. Thank you so much. I always try to make things a little bit comfortable, but also they're slightly a little bit chaotic at times. But I always try to endeavor. So thank you so much. Thank you. I might go with the YA then. It's a queer friends to lovers called My Heart by Bethany Rother. I have read another book of hers. Was it Welcome to Your Life? I think that's what it's called. I read that last year and I really loved it. But I think that's for more of an adult focused audience. Not in that it's like spicy or erotica, just that it's written for people who are adults and who read adult books. But I really enjoyed it, and it's got some really great fat representation as well. So I think you'll really enjoy that one. I think that'll be a good book for you. This is my travel book. I took a break yesterday because I wasn't feeling well, and I watched Critical Role in the evening, so I'm still trying to get to Santorini. Yeah, that's, like I said, I think we're all getting a little bit burnt out. It's coming towards it's the midpoint of the month. We've all been reading much, much more than we've ever read before. I took a look at my stats just today while I was adding in my travel book and my sightseeing books for the day. I took a look at my stats, and like the bar graph of like January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, it's insane. I think I've managed like 9 to 11 books every month for the entirety of 2023. And then August came along and said, sit back. I'm about to show you something. Also, I hope that you're feeling better, a little bit better today already. Yes, Georgia is the main character. Yes, that is the one that I was thinking about. Is that your first Alice Osman book, or have you read any of their other books as well? I mean to say I took a break, but I actually still read probably 200 pages. It's just that that's a lot less than I've been reading. Same. After Face Off weekend, when I had read all of those 11 books and I had said, oh, I need to take a break. Oh, my brain is just it's malfunctioning at the moment. I sent a picture to one of my friends. After work, I was like, I have a hammock out of my balcony. I was lying on my balcony. I had a book in my lap, and I was kind of casually reading it. I don't want to say I was like intensely taking in every single word, but I was like flicking through it. I was just like, gently reading. And I sent a picture of like, oh my God, look at this little ladybug that's landed on my t-shirt or something. And she just looked at me and she goes, I thought we said we weren't reading today. That was incorrect. I thought we said we're not going to read today. That was also incorrect. I think I just felt like I had to read. I felt like I had to be still reading. I had to be still getting those pages clocked up. I had to be still clocking in with the books. And I feel like at some stage that's going to like hit a little wall. I don't know if we're there yet. We might be a little bit closer, but I feel like at some stage it's just going to hit that little brick wall. Let's see how we do. Let's see if we need any more. Battle of the Readathon, or Battleathon, is Melune, or as reads, new competitive readathon. You bond with a dragon, and the points are based on the star ratings you give. That is amazing. I think I've heard the host talk about that actually, now that you've mentioned it. But you know what I thought about? I was thinking of something like a Battle of the Bands. And I know that that's not what this is at all, but I was thinking of something like a Battle of the Bands readathon, where you have like, let's picture how I had it in my head and see if I can make the brain vomit turn into word vomit. So you had, like, on one side, your 90s boy bands. So your NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, New Kids on the Block, all of those. And then on this side of the wall, you have your noughties bands. So you have, like, your Joe Bros, or I can't think of any other boy bands that are from the 2000s. But you know the vibe that I'm going for, right? And that you had to read books that were like based on the band and based on the vibe that they gave. So like for New Kids on the Block, you would read something that's a little bit more edgy. For Backstreet Boys, you read a straight up romance because they did a lot of love songs. For NSYNC, you did something a little bit more energetic because they have like these really intricate dance routines. Like, have you ever seen the dance routine for It's Gonna Be Me? I watched that on TikTok from like 30th of April into the 1st of May. I watched that on TikTok countless times, just trying to like figure out how to do it in my head, because I am so spellbound by dancers. I cannot dance to save my soul. I am so spellbound by people who just watch these videos and then can instantly pick up the moves. I've read and watched Heartstopper as well, and I loved it so much. I still have the second season of Heartstopper to go. I'm almost afraid to watch it because I'm like, what if it's not as good? Because, true story, the third Heartstopper is my favorite of the volumes. And I think a lot of the reason it's my favorite is because of the little side story with the teachers, Mr. Farouk and somebody else. I can't think what the other guy's name was. But I just love this whole like coming out later in life, discovering your sexuality later than life. a workplace romance has always been something that has, like, I've always loved a workplace romance. The Hating Game, love that kind of stuff. So I'm a little bit worried about watching the third season of Heartstopper, just because it's my favorite one of the series. I'm a little bit worried about watching the new season, just because the third is my favorite of the books, and I know that this season leans very heavily on the storylines that are involved there, and also I know that it has the startings of Charlie's illness. I'm not going to go into the whole intricacies of what his illness is, but it has the startings of all of that, and I feel like that's going to be very difficult watching as well, if they do deal with it in the third book as they do, or in the series that they do within the third book. Rainy did something like a Battle of the Bands in February. It was fun. It does sound like it would have been so much fun. I wish that I had been around for it. I feel like February was for me a whole lot of rom-comathon stuff. If you haven't been to my channel before, I run a romance rom-com themed reading not a competition, a readathon. It's just once, it's twice a year. It's just 1 week. It's very much not as competitive as this is. So if you love rom-coms, if you love reading romances, if the prompt for Rome kind of did something for you and it awakened this little love of romance so that you didn't know that you had, you might want to keep an eye on my channel, because there might be a spicy little announcement coming very soon. One Direction are a boy band. Oh, that's another little hyperfixation that we just don't have time to go into. But I will tell you that the Nile girlies have always won. I don't know my boy bands very well, but JLS is also a boy band. Yes, JLS are also a boy band from the noughties. And they both came from the X Factor as well. So I should have definitely thought of those, because that was the time that I was definitely watching X Factor every single week as it came out. They had Ace rep in season 2, and it was so nice to feel seen. I love when you see yourself in a TV show, or when you see yourself in a book, especially when it's done right, especially when you're watching it and you're like, this is who I am, and this is the person that I am, and these are the things that I stand for. Oh, I love when you see yourself on a TV show, or when you see yourself in the pages of a book. It's the best feeling ever. I'm a 2000s baby, so I don't know my boy bands. That is fair. I am a 90s baby. I am a little bit older. I am an early 90s baby. So some of the older, like, 90s boy bands, like New Kids on the Block, I didn't really have a lot of experience with them. I think I've heard maybe like 2 or 3 songs from them. And I know that Mark Wahlberg, the now actor, was also in New Kids on the Block, and I only found that out like a couple of years ago, and it just went straight through my brain. Yes, Blue and Take That. Yes, Blue is definitely a noughties one. Take That, you could kind of do a genre blend if you were doing a readathon like this, because they started out in the 90s. Then they took that break when Robbie Williams went to do his own solo stuff. Then they came back together afterwards. So you could do like a second chance romance, or you could do like a genre blend, or you could do like a dual timeline. There's so much that you could do with that. I am an 80s baby. I'm feeling old. I was watching Cow Sprints earlier on today while I was at work. I used them as like a productivity sprint. And any time that somebody in the comments said that they were born in 1991, Cal would start celebrating. Then when I asked, when were you born? It just went, 97. And I was like, excuse me, why are we celebrating 1991? I thought that you were born in that year. It just went, nah. Just there was a load of people born in 1991 in the chat, and I felt like we needed to mark it. So that is the kind of energy that Cal will bring. If you feel like that kind of energy, I don't know if they're doing a lot of sprints again, but they might turn up on like other random sprints somewhere throughout the year. I'm getting the same feeling from Georgia from Loveless, and I think we had very similar college experiences based on what I've read so far. Again, something that I love to see is when somebody has the same experience that you did, somebody is going through the same thing that you have. There is a series of books in Ireland that are like the, oh my god, what a complete Aisling series. And I love reading those, especially since I've left Ireland, because I live in Germany at the moment. And I love reading those books and going back home to Ireland and experiencing the same culture that I grew up in, the same slang that I grew up in, all of the same things that I like, the same foods, the same sports, all of that, just reading it in the books of a page. And it's weird because in two separate books, something had happened in the main character's life that was also happening to me as I was reading these books. And it did feel a little bit like, am I self inserting myself in the pages of these books? Or is this just serendipity of the publishing world turning up in my life? Maybe you should make your own readathon, or maybe I should bank this and use it for a future round of rom-comathon. We do have some things already planned out for the next round. It will be held in September, I can tell you that much. The three hosts are myself and two other hosts that are part of the Amazing Readathon. I'll let you try and guess who they are, but they are also both very big rom-com readers. They're both big rom-com lovers. We have talked about them together. We have discussed them together. We've got a group book again this time that we are pretty sure is going to go a lot better than the ones that we've done previously. So like I said, if you are in any way a rom-com lover, do keep an eye on my channel this week. Something might be popping up in your subscription feed. My birthday is in October and I'll be celebrating 46. I don't know if I should wish you happy birthday already because it's literally 2 months beforehand, but I will be remembering you throughout the month of October. In Germany, they have this kind of superstition that you cannot wish somebody a happy birthday before the day. So even if, like, let's say it was my birthday today. I know it's not because I'm not Brie. But if it were my birthday today, and if you had seen me in like a cafe or in a shop, or if we were working together the day before, and you were just like, oh, I'm not going to see you tomorrow for your birthday, happy birthday. The German people genuinely think that that's going to kill you. It's their little superstition, and I've kind of gotten used to it from having lived here for so long, but it's still a little bit weird to have to try and think, oh, it's still a little bit weird to have to think, I can't say happy birthday to this person yet. It's still a little bit weird to think about it. Unfortunately, I don't read rom-comathons, but something based on man seems like a lot of fun. It does seem like a lot of fun. I'm going to bring this into the hosts of rom-comathon. I'm going to bring this into the host chat and see what do they think about it for an upcoming round. Maybe not this one, but for another one in the future. I just came in on the feeling old bit. Yeah. I'm very sorry to have done that to you. Woo, somebody else born in 1977. Are we going to do another round of, okay, who has the same birthday year? Are we going to do another round of that between the next two sprints? Because we have had a request to let's go and get some more reading done. I had to go and take my dog out. That's fair. And then you came back to this chaos. I'm so sorry. So shall we go and get some more reading done? Shall we do another hour? Then we'll come back, see how we've gotten on, see if we're getting any closer to getting to Santorini. Let's give ourselves an hour. Let's really go for it this time. And happy reading.
now boarding flight AMZ 404 to Santorini.
So, welcome back. How did everyone do in that sprint? Are we getting a little bit closer? Anybody finished? Anybody get there while we were on that sprint? I'm at 67% now. So I think if we do another half an hour before we say goodbye for the day, I probably will get it done. Hopefully. If I really, really put myself to it. Because I did get a little bit distracted by TikTok again this time, which I really, really mean not to do. So I think we're going to need to like put my phone across the room or something for the next sprint that we go on. It's funny because if Bree is on sprints tonight, we'll be celebrating our birthdays together since mine is tomorrow and the next sprint start at 1 a.m. here. Okay, so that means that you and I are on the same time zone, I think. So for you, it's just coming on to 25 to 10. Where are you based? Let me know where you are. Hello, we've had a couple of people who came in during those sprints. So to hi to everybody who joined. You haven't missed too much. We're gonna do one more sprint. I ate dinner and I read 45-ish pages. Nice. 49% into Night Swim. I think you're gonna get that finished by the end of the day. If you join with Crystal again when she comes down, when she comes on at 7, you'll definitely be ready. Hello, I joined towards the end of the last sprint and I read one chapter. Nice. What is it that you are reading? Yes, we're on the same time zone. I think I am from Belgium. Nice. I have always wanted to go to Belgium. It's been so close to me for such a long time, especially because before I moved to Berlin, I lived really close to like the Dutch-German border. So Belgium, so like Antwerp and Ghent were on my list for such a long time. And then I moved 5 hours away and never made any kind of a head going to it. But I know a couple of comedians that I really like from like the UK or Ireland. Sometimes they do, sometimes for the European tour, they will do some dates in Antwerp. So I have been looking at going to Belgium. It's just still on the list. And it's also pretty upsetting that Belgium wasn't on the list for face-off weekend because we had 2 flags that both had green, white, and red. So why couldn't we have had the German and the Belgian flag on together? Maybe something to think about for next year, Brie. I read 54 pages. I think I've got 46 left. Probably need a little bit more than the last round, but I'll finish soon. I think you are definitely going to finish that one soon, especially if you've read 54 pages in the last one. You will absolutely finish that in the next sprint. You got this. I am reading Godmersham Park. It's a historical fiction based on the life of one of Jane Austen's friends. I'm halfway through and it's really good so far. I am so glad that you're enjoying it. Is the book based on a fictional friend of Jane Austen? I wonder. Or is it like an actual friend of Jane Austen's, but they have fictionalized her life? Because I always wonder how that's going to go. If it's going to be like a kind of a Daisy Jones vibe, kind of like a Malibu Rising vibe, where it's kind of based on real people. Like I have understood that Daisy Jones and the Six is somewhat loosely based on Fleetwood Mac. Is it kind of like a similar situation here, I wonder? Kent is beautiful. I'm moving there to study, but I wouldn't go to Antwerp maybe because I live close by. That's exactly the same reason that I chose Dublin to go to university. Our closest city to me at home is only like an hour away, and I felt like that was just too close. The other close city is also an hour away, so I thought, hey, you know what? I think it's just time to stretch it out a little bit further. And also, the course that I wanted to do for university was mainly given in Dublin. So that was another main reason to go. I read 34 pages out on a limb. Really enjoying it so far. Nice. We might get you finished in the next sprint. Are you anywhere close to the end? I am on to chapter 9 and I got 7 more squares finished. Excellent. You were making some severe progress with that blanket. I think she was a real person. I think there's information out there about her. Her name was Anne Sharp. And then the author filled in the rest. That's such an excellent idea. Kind of like, is it the other Bennett sister? Now, I know that this is a fictional person. I know that Mary Bennett of the Bennett sisters was a fictional person, but I really love the idea of taking Mary, who's one of the sisters of Elizabeth Bennet in Pride and Prejudice, and giving her her own book, because she doesn't really get a whole lot of the limelight in Pride and Prejudice. So they wanted to do a kind of give her her little shout out, I think. And I know a lot of people who really enjoyed the other Bennet sisters, so I'm interested to see if that would be kind of a similar situation. Yeah, same. Antwerp is about an hour away, and I'm studying Chinese. That's a really interesting topic, which I don't think that they give in Antwerp. So, do you also have kind of like an Erasmus situation? Do you also have to go to a university in China for a semester or for a full year abroad? I think the author wrote another book about Jane Austen's sister too. That sounds like something that, if you really are enjoying this one, I feel like that's another one that you need to go into. I feel like you need to kind of take a look, maybe in your library or maybe like as a Kindle download. I definitely would go and look into that again though. I am around 30% through, so it will take me a bit. That's fair. That's fine. There's no stress. We're all going to get to Santorini when we get to Santorini. We're all going to be ready for the next, whenever it comes, we're all going to be ready for it, whether we're in Santorini, whether we're a little bit further behind, whether we're still getting there. As I said earlier, do it at your pace. Don't burn yourself out. Do it at the pace that works for you. Yes, in our third year, we are going there for a whole semester, but I forget exactly which city. That is fine. There's still plenty of time for you to figure that one out. Speaking of time, shall we do a really quick 30-minute sprint just to get us kind of winding down for this one? And then we can bank up all of our energy for when Crystal Sprint starts at 7 o'clock Eastern. Yes, I need to read more historical fiction. Whenever I read it, I'm reminded why I enjoy it. I get that with thrillers all the time. I don't read a lot of thrillers, but when I do go back to them, I'm just like, why don't I do this more often? Why don't I pick these up more often? I think it's because I'm pigeonholing myself, but I really need to stop doing that. So let us go for one last 30-minute sprint. I will see each other back then.
Now boarding flight AMZ 404 to Santorini.
So, how did we do in that final sprint? I took some of it to make some stir fry for tomorrow. So I only read about 5%, but it was a really good 5%. I'm now at about 80% of the book through. It's just coming on 10:15 for me, so I'm not going to go straight to bed when I come off sprints. I'll need a little bit of time to like de-zone, unwind. So I'm definitely going to finish that. But for people who are in like this side of the world, I have got another set of sprints starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European time. So do your own little calculations there. And if it's a time that you're awake, I would love to see you there. Let's get some more reading done. Let's get through some of these comments. Is this the last sprint? Yes, sadly, this is the last sprint. It's kind of wind down time for Aoife now. So who's hosting next? That is a great question. It's going to be Crystal. Crystal from Bomb Book Reviews has got another set of sprints coming at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So that is in just under 3 hours from now. These are the links to it. This is the link to it that I have put into the comments. So go set your reminders, set your timers. Be there at 7 o'clock this evening, Eastern time. Be ready, have your snacks, have some water, hydrate, stay fed, everything. Whew, I got all 53 accent squares finished off. That is amazing work. Now I have to finish off the 41 solid squares I did. Then make a whole bunch more. I need a total of 230 solid squares. Little bits at a time is correct. Don't overdo yourself. Don't burn yourself out with this. Is it crochet? I'm guessing. Don't burn yourself out with it. Little and often. Now back to reading. Fantastic. What are you reading again? Remind me. Finish the chapter I was on. Great. Fantastic progress. 20 pages in half an hour is fantastic work. Thank you for the sprints. Thank you for coming to the sprints. Thank you everybody for coming and joining on. Thanks for the sprints. I can see you're live again tomorrow, 9 a.m. UK time. Yes, 9 o'clock in the UK, 10 a.m. here in Central Europe. Do your own little calculations from there, but if you're alive, if you're awake, if you're up, I would love to see you there. We'll get a little bit more reading done. I didn't do any reading. I had to medicate my sick child. I hope that they are doing okay, and I hope that they're feeling a little bit better now. Thank you for the sprints. I will try and join tomorrow if I'm awake. Absolutely, you're more than welcome to. I'll probably be going until about 1 o'clock your time. I think I'll be finished about 1 o'clock your time. Yes. Now I remember. Thank you for coming. I think I have like 18 pages left. I'm so close. I'm going to finish up quickly and then I can submit for Santorini. Fantastic. That is also my plan for this evening. Get this book finished. Get my sites in Santorini seen. Thank you also for the coming. Thanks for coming to the sprints. I'm going to get this book finished. And then I can... Yes, we do hope that your kid is feeling a little bit better soon, Exhausted Flamingo. I'm going to get this book finished. I'm going to hop off here. I'm going to make myself a little drink, maybe some water. And I'm going to sit on my couch for the next maybe hour, have like some ambient music playing in the background. And I'm going to look around in Santorini for a little bit. I hope that you guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you all so much for coming to Sprints. And if you're around,